Nothing's changed. Now come on out. You want to come
It's Big Wayne.
Bye, Jello. Ryan. Hey, Ryan. They are not there. The seats not closed. If we fall into a river, jump out. Exits are there. Inside. Close door. Checked out yet. Above you. Not us. Not me. Right out there. Oh. The exit is up there. And right there. And up. And right here. Wow, the exit's all over the place.
Otherwise, you could go through the toilet.
Yeah. If you really want...
You can go through the toilet and get out the back.
Use the window. We need to look at here for your personal enjoyment. Watch your movie.
If you don't watch it, we'll get on all the damn blocks.
Put me into a nude.
I should have brought it. Nude? Oh, dude. I should have brought it.
What in the hole all by myself? I'm so excited.
Let's go to Europe, everyone.
We're skanking across Europe.
Yes.
Hey, everybody, guess what? We're going to Europe.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, what are we supposed to say?
A little something into the camera there, Luigi.
No, I'll say something. We are going to London today. I know. Yeah, you're right.
I thought we were going to England.
No, we're flying into London. Oh, you're in London. Which is in England, by the way. But London's more exact. It is stupid. He could say, should have put a picture. Ryan. Hey, Ryan. You still filming? Yeah, he is. Yes, he's still filming. Look at me, cute picture. So cute. Okay, that's enough.
I have a lot.
Yes! Got the camera. Oh, like, oh, and I went to England. Here we are. We're in London. Oh, she does phone off.
Oh.
Ready? Ready? Coin. It's music. Ryan. Tag. Taking across the Ryan. On the tram. The tram. From the tram. Great Britain. The tram. Great Britain.
You guys be so cool. We're in London.
I got the coin.
I got this on video.
I am just not.
What a closet.
That's so By the way, when we get home, we can't forget it. Don't worry.
This is Ryan's first year. This is his 18th birthday.
Wait.
No worries.
I did not see all of that.
Hey Ryan, you take it? Take yours.
Oh, dear. Wait, hold on. There's not going to be that bye-bye.
Oh, Ryan! Do you want me to stop now?
Look at him. Let's see here.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, that's the no. Cheers, yeah. Now watch it go. Ready? Wait. Set. Go.
I want to get close. 6 seconds.
5 or 6 seconds. Come on.
Down and hold on to one of these things. I'm having fun. I'm having a good time. Stop it, I know.
I like this.
I've never been on one.
You've never been in a subway?
No, never.
What? What?
The mother church of 494 Anglican churches. It's the resting place of some of our greatest heroes, like the 19th century Duke of Wellington and Lord Nelson, both of whom defeated the army and the navy of the French Emperor Napoleon in 1805 and 15. And it's also the scene of many royal occasions. But it's a unique building too, because it was built over a 35-year period. On the top, you can see the triangular shape, and the triangular shaped pediment has a statue, a 15-foot statue of the patron saint, St. Paul, after whom the cathedral is named. To him it's dedicated. Now, if you look inside that triangular shape, you will see a carving. Just what I need, the bell. The bell. Hurry up, get it over. And in that pediment, if you look to the left, you can see carved lightly a city in the left-hand side. Can you see that city carved in the right-hand side? Well, this actually tells the story of Saul. Now, Saul was a Jew. He was a persecutor of the Christians, and he was on his way to that city you can see there, which is called Damascus. He was due to go to Damascus with his short sword, and there he was going to persecute the Christians. En route, his short sword was struck by lightning by God, so that he would see the error of his ways. By the time he reached Damascus and spent a short period of blindness, temporary blindness, he was to regain his sight, realize that he should no longer be persecuting the Christians, and change his name from Saul to Paul, who became the second founder of Christianity. And it's his sword that you can see he's holding his sword in his right hand on top of the pediment that we have on our badges. And this sword you will see right the way down on the badges of the City of London and on the guide badges right the way through the middle. So he is the patron saint of London, is St. Paul. Now, to the left, you can see the Twin Towers. To the left and right, the Twin Towers. If you look just beneath the opening, the circle, you can see Matthew. To the left, Mark. And on the right-hand side, you've got Luke and John. But if you look at Paul again, to Paul's right, we have St. James. But to Paul's left, we have, sorry, to your left, we have St. Peter. Now, if you look carefully, you can recognize all of these saints because they have emblems in art. They're called attributes in art. They're things that whether you're looking at tapestry, drawing, anything like this, you always see these figures with these characters. That way you don't need to write down it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John, you just look at the figures. So if we look at the one on the left-hand side of Paul, you can see a cockerel, a rooster. Can you all see that rooster? Now that rooster is there because if you've read the Bible, you will know that Peter denied Christ 3 times before the cock crowed. And that's why the cockerel is up there. And if you look to the left, you can see a little man next to Matthew. Matthew always has a second man with him. Mark always has a lion. You can see the lion lying down there. To the right, we've got a winged bull of Luke. And on the far side, the eagle, the highest flying bird that spreads the gospel of St. John. Now this cathedral was finished in the reign of this lady you can see to the right-hand side. If we just turn to the right, all you are but turn to the right. We have one of the 40-odd monarchs that we've had, over 42 monarchs here in the United Kingdom, and her name is Queen Anne. Now she was the queen when this cathedral was completed in 1710, and she reigned from 1702 to 1714. Now her name is Queen Anne, and you can see her dress in her coronation robe. Every one of our monarchs since 1066 has been crowned in Westminster Abbey, and they wear wonderful clothes, they wear crowns, carry scepters and orbs. These are all crown jewels which you can see today in the Tower of London. Any of you been to the Tower of London yet? You haven't been to the Tower of London yet? None of you have been to the Tower of London? And you have free time tomorrow? No, you leave tomorrow, don't you? Leave tomorrow. And none of you went to the Tower of London? No. Yes. Clever girl. Yes, 2 of you did. Well, in the Tower of London, you actually see these very jewels that this queen is actually wearing. Now, in her day, London was a filthy place to live. You could, the social conditions were such that 95% of all bastard children died. 70% of all legitimate children died. So the infant mortality rate was horrendous in the early 18th century. And that was because you could get gin so readily. Gin got people drunk so quickly, you could get drunk for a penny, dead drunk for 2p. And when you paid 2p, you even got fresh straw to pass out on. Now, the conditions were such that this queen, who, when she came to the throne, weighed about 240 pounds, she was less than 5 feet tall, so she was very, very short, nearly square. And she had 18 children, none of whom survived over the age of about 9. I think the eldest one survived to be 11. And people said that all of her 18 children died because she liked too much of this, she liked too much drink. Well, of course, a queen wouldn't drink gin, and gin was the drink of the day. Gin was made in every 12th house, sold in every 6th house. So gin became known as mother's ruin, which is still termed to this day. Now, because all her children died, this poor woman who must have been pregnant most of her life, lost all of those children. And people said it's because she drank too much. But of course a queen wouldn't drink gin, she would drink brandy, which is a more upmarket name. So we call her Brandy Nan. That's her nickname, Brandy Nan. Now in America, certain parts of America, and certainly in the United Kingdom, we have expressions like to be left in the lurch. Now I don't know if you know the expression to be left in the lurch. Have you ever come across that expression? Some of you have, some of you haven't. To be left in the lurch means to be left in trouble. For example, if Sepp left us now with a coat, we'd be left in the lurch because we'd have no coat to work with. So, a lurch, however, is a carriage, a horse and carriage that takes you from a place of imprisonment to a place of execution. So to be left in the lurch was real trouble. You were really left in trouble because when you got out of the lurch, you died. Now, bearing that in mind, and bearing the social conditions of London, over on the right-hand side where that modern building is, there used to be a gin palace where they made the gin. Now, bearing that in mind, and that this queen in front of you lost all of her children because she liked drinking too much, we have a nursery rhyme that we teach all of our kids in Britain to remember this queen by. Now, remember where she's standing, where she's looking, and the story I've just told you. And the rhyme goes, Brandy Nan, you were left in the lurch, facing the gin bar with your back to the church. And we still remember her to that day because of it. Now, a lot of people think that this little short, fat Queen of England is the famous Queen Victoria. But Queen Victoria has another story just at the bottom of the steps. And then we're going to take you from here, tell you about Charles and Diana, and then tell you the most terrifying story before we go back to the coast. So we're going to the bottom of the steps, please. See you later. Just having gone the anniversary, which was on June the 22nd, so that was 2 days ago, we have the anniversary of an occasion that took place here for our Queen Victoria. Now, Queen Victoria, probably one of the most famous queens, lived in the 1800s and died in 1901, so the queen that ruled us into the 20th century. Now, to celebrate 60 years on the throne, she came to this magnificent cathedral of ours to celebrate 60 years of sanctity. And her carriage came around here and stopped where you're now standing. Well, by the time this elderly lady got here, she was so frail she couldn't make it up these steps into the cathedral and down the 513 feet to the altar. So, she couldn't get out of the carriage, she stayed in the carriage, so they brought the clergy, the choir, the congregation, everybody came out here, and the whole service, thousands of people, took place on the steps where you're standing, which is why it's been described. But on July the 29th, 1981, another carriage stopped here, and this was carrying Diana Spencer, Diana Frances Spencer. Now, I'm sure you've all heard of Princess Diana. Her correct title is not Princess Diana. She is not the daughter of a monarch. She doesn't deserve to be called princess while she's not married to Charles, or while she's married to Charles, she still can. Her name is Diana, Princess of Wales. That's her correct title. And she pulled up in a carriage here. She was 19 years of age, and she got out. She came here to marry her Prince Charming. And by the time she was halfway up the steps, the train was still down at the bottom of the stairs. It's a 25-foot long train. Now, she walked through here to marry Charles in front of 750 million people who watched the royal wedding. Now, most of you, I think, are too young to have watched the royal wedding, or you must have been very, very tiny. And if you did, it would have been about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, something like that. Well, did they actually get married? Now, I'm sure you've heard all the scandal about their divorce, but did they actually get married? Because here at the Paul's Cathedral, they both got their vows wrong. Now, there's part of the wedding service that says, do you, so-and-so and so-and-so, take so-and-so and so-and-so to be your lawful wedded husband or wife? Well, Diana Frances Spencer was asked by the head of the service, the Archbishop of Canterbury, do you, Diana Frances Spencer, take Charles, Philip, Arthur, George to be your lawful wedded husband? Now, she was marrying into the Windsor family. That's our royal family's name. Mr. and Mrs. Windsor. Okay, and the Queen and her husband, Prince Philip. Actually, that's the like Mount Black, to be honest. But the Queen's husband is called Philip. That's the Queen's husband. And when the Archbishop said, do you, Diana Frances Spencer, take Charles, Philip, Arthur, George? She said, yes, I take Philip, Charles, Arthur, George. So in fact, she married her future father-in-law. And when it came to the piece of the piece of the service where I honour thee with all my worldly goods, Charles was asked, do you honour her with all thy worldly goods? And he said to Diana, I honour thee with all thy worldly goods. In other words, he let Diana keep everything she already had. So did they actually get married? Who knows? But they both got their vows wrong, and we all know what the problem is at the moment with them. We'll dish the dirt on them a little bit later on. But we're going to just go on to the corner. We've got one more little... As long as you don't sit on my shoulder and start saying, Peter the mate, you're all right. Okay, now outside this beautiful house of God, we stand on Windy Corner. Now you may just be able to feel the breeze, and I can see the breeze blowing your hair, so I know the breeze is actually here. Usually as I start to tell this story, the breeze gets stronger and stronger, and believe you me, we call this Windy Corner for a very good but terrifying reason. Now outside this beautiful house of God, on Windy Corner, we are going to introduce into our trip today, the devil. And on one dark, stormy, wet, windy night, when the clouds were heavy and pendulous, I want you to remember that word, pendulous, the devil arrived at St. Paul's Cathedral. Now you may or you may not know that the devil rides upon the wind. That's how he gets around. And on this dark, stormy, heavy, pendulous night. The devil was invited to a party across the road, down a little alleyway just across the road. And that's what Dean's called. He was to park the wind on this corner. He parked the wind on this corner and he went down to this party down by the deanery. And he went to a party, had lots to drink, got very, very drunk, met a few dubious women, had such a great time partying, wine, women and song. He had such a good time, he never came back from the party and the wind's been on this corner ever since. And if you believe that, you would believe absolutely anything. We now go back to the bus. But we're now travelling on a bridge. You can see this bridge, a plain and functional bridge. This is London Bridge. Now, many people are a little bit disappointed when you look at London Bridge. It looks like a plain, functional bridge. That's exactly what it's for. Remember, it has to help 500,000 people come into the square mile every day. But most people tend to think that London Bridge is the bridge that you can now see to the left-hand side. Now, we're going to see if we can stop and take some photos of this a little bit later on. But we're going to stop in the middle of the road here behind the double-decker. Yeah, for a couple of seconds. We'll stop here a little bit, just behind this one. That's it, and then we're out from it. Now that is actually called Tower Bridge. Called Tower Bridge. Not called Tower because of the two twin towers that go up across the roadway, but if you look to the left-hand side in the distance, you can see the tallest building in Europe in the distance in the sort of mist, and just below it you can see a turrety tower and some trees. That's the Tower of London. And the bridge is called the Tower Bridge simply because it's built right next to the Tower of London. That bridge opens up in the middle, and we'll be going over that bridge in a moment. It opens up in the middle, those sections of the road that weigh over 1,100 tons each. It's called a bascule bridge, French word for seesaw. And the battleship you can see to the right-hand side is called HMS Belfast. She was, until 1971, part of the British Navy, the Royal Navy. She was built in Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom. And she was built in the Irish city of Belfast, and she was launched by a lady called Lady Chamberlain, who was the wife of our Prime Minister at the time, in 1938. Unfortunately, although she played her part during the Second War, bombarding the beaches in Normandy to actually allow the Allies to escape from the beaches, the American and the British forces, she was in fact getting too old. We were going to scrap her, but in 1971, we turned her into a floating museum. It gives a magnificent insight into the life of the Royal Navy. But you see the bridge that preceded this one, the London Bridge that preceded this one, and this is typically bridge number 5, has now been sold to you, to the Americans in Arizona. And it's in Lake Havasu in Arizona. We sold it for $2 million in about 1971. The amazing thing was we took it down brick by brick and built this bridge alongside of it, and as we did, it was rebuilt in the middle of a desert, which threw the British for a little while. We couldn't understand why it was being built in the middle of a desert, but of course then the lake was diverted to actually run around to the underneath it. And it looks beautiful in Lake Havasu. If you've not seen it, it looks better there than it ever looked across the River Thames. So we're going to turn left at the lights, please. And that's where you see those dragons. That's the boundary of the City of London. Where there be dragons, you will see the City of London. There's the dragon. You'll also find that dragon on my badge. Like the cross of, like the sword of St. Paul that we spoke about earlier, you'll find the heroic. So there is a fee to go. It's about £3.50 to go up the bridge today. Now the bridge I mentioned does open in the middle, and the bridge has opened up in the middle since it was built. It's just over 100 years old, 1894. Now we've made one movie here with an American actor, only one in all his long history as a Hollywood actor. John Wayne made only one ever. Remember John Wayne? You know, get off your horse and drink your milk. Right, and he made one ever only movie here in the United Kingdom. It was Cox and Roberts movie called Brannigan, made in the 1970s. And it shows the bad guys driving over the bridge, and when he, as the good guy, tries to catch them, the bridge opens up, and he has to jump the gap. Now, the City of London is everything you can see over on the left-hand side. It is by that Lord Mayor, and the Lord Mayor refused to give permission to the film company to allow a stuntman to physically jump the gap. It was too dangerous, and the stuntman would die in an accident. They said, what we'll do, we'll film the car going up, then we'll open the bridge, film the car up there, close the bridge, film the car over, and film it going down. But on the day in question, the stuntman had his own ideas, and when the bridge was up, he put the pedal to the metal of the stuntman as he jumped the gap. That side to this. But as the film crew were filming it and the car landed on the left, both front and back axles smashed open and the guy was nearly killed, I think paralysed. Not for heeding the warnings of the Lord Mayor of London. So when you see Brannigan and you actually see the yellow car jump the gap, I'm afraid it's all animated yet again, like the Mary Poppins Cathedral. However, in 1952, a number 78 double-decker red bus did jump the gap. Now, in the middle of the rush hour, the bus is coming this side, coming this way to water, and as the bridge opens, usually the north side, that side, goes up slightly more smooth out. Then it goes up like that, then they meet the top. And it closes the same way. So there's a little bit of a gap like that. So what happened, 70 people on the bus, 78 buses started coming along this way, and up went the bridge. As the bridge went up, for some reason, we don't know why it happened, but the bus driver had to put the pedal to the metal, put his foot down on the gas, on the petrol, and jump the gap. Thankfully, not a single person of the 70 on the bus were actually injured. But I can guarantee you those 70 people left more on that bus by the time they got off than they did when they first got off. Anyway, take your pictures. We've got a couple of minutes to take a picture here before we go off to the guard show. As we go through the arch, you will first of all see the gap, and then you will feel the gap. This is where the River Thames is running either side. It is at its deepest. It's 40 feet deep here, and you'll feel it any second now. Over the gap. To the left takes us upstream through the City of London, and then up to Westminster, one of the 25 areas. Downstream to the right, if you carried on going down here on a boat, 50 miles down, you come to the English Channel. The next stop would be Holland, Belgium, or France. But of course, as we come over the Tower Bridge, it's named because of this spectacular building on the left-hand side, which is the Tower of London. Over 900 years it's been standing here. After the Normans invaded us with William of Normandy, he decided he wanted to keep an eye on London, so on the very eastern edge of the old Roman walls, he was to build this magnificent palace. This palace, or castle, with 4 turreted towers, you see one of them is circular. This has been numerous things over its centuries while standing here. It has been a museum, the oldest museum in the world is within here, still to this day, the Museum for Arms and Armour. The letter, if we think of O, if we look at the circular tower, that's where the very first observatory in the world was. Also here was the zoo. The very first zoo in the world was at the Tower of London. The oldest arms and armoury were distributed from here through all the years that Britain had been involved in wars. We had arms and armour, the finest collection of armour, from suits of armour from a man of 2'6" in height to a man of 7 foot or 7'6" in height. As we turn to the links again, please. It's also, you can see a royal flag. The royal flag that's fluttering just about up there reminds us this is a royal residence, and as a royal palace, our Queen could come to live here tomorrow, leave in Buckingham Palace, but she'd be a bit of a fool if she did, because it's much more comfortable in Buckingham Palace, which was built for comfort, as opposed to this building, which was built for defence. And also it's been a treasury. It's where the crown jewels, the very same crown jewels that will crown Charles, no longer Diana, are housed in here, and it's also a place of torture. But that's 1,000 years old. To the right-hand side, the section of wall is twice the age. That's 2,000 years old, the section of wall to the right-hand side, which is the Roman wall that surrounded London, or Londinium as the Romans called it, from about 120 AD. To the right-hand side, the Seaman Memorial. Here, if you look down to the street level, through past this brown and white, you'll see some areas with trash cans. That was the public execution site. And the public execution site was where over 300 people lost their lives on that side. Their headless bodies would remain for 2 days in the churchyard of the church here to the left of All Hallows Island Tower. Their bodies would then be either removed and buried elsewhere, their heads stuck on spikes, paraded through the streets, and then stuck over the gates of mourning to people coming into London. The church itself, built originally in about 675, was to see in the 1600s a couple of very famous American connections. We had in here the baptism of William Penn, a privilege you paid for, and 2 queens of England lost their lives inside the Tower of London, and those 2 queens were both wives of King Henry VIII. If Charles wanted to get rid of Diana, and it was a few years ago, that's how he got rid of her, straight in the Tower of London, chop off her head. End of Diana, and he wouldn't have had to pay her £21 million. But good luck to her. It's a shame she doesn't stay with the royal family because she actually brings at least a bit of glamour into the royal family. Not the prettiest of the royal families in the world, but she's good looking. She's thick as 2 planks, but she's a good looking woman. Then, no lights on at all. Hello. Yeah. Gorgeous she may be, and so she has to live on her good looks. Also in her dresses, yeah. In America today, that's right. That's why she's out there, yeah. Taking her children to see terrorist movies. I don't know.
That's why nobody would stop any of the gold things. Because of those guns. Imagine having to do this every day. I don't understand. Oh, look at those beautiful Where are these cars coming? Look at this store today. Is that all?
I don't know, there's other changes to guys. Yeah.
Wish I could hear the song.
I'm gonna get you for this one.
Keep sleeping. I can get a good one up here. You want it?
All day.
London Times? Oh, look.
He wanted to be on me. I didn't. All of a sudden, I just looked at my shirt and there's
American Times.
You can spend a whole month in...
They are caught regularly, and these are people with lots and lots of money. Harrods to the left has a major problem with them. I actually came here, I did a job for the Sultan of Brunei, who's the richest man in the world. About 5 years ago I did this job with this man, with his wife. And all I did was bring his wife here in a big car every day for 3 weeks while she shopped, different floor for the 3 weeks. One department, and she limited herself then, it must be about 7-8 years ago, to £180,000 per day. £180,000 per day per floor. That's all she did. And we sat round the back in the limousine drinking tea and eating donuts. That's all we did. Now, Harrods is synonymous with luxury. Their motto is you can buy anything here from a pin to an elephant. And the last person to actually order an elephant was a man you know better than we do. He was then the governor of California, and his name was Ronald Reagan. And he ordered a baby elephant. I don't know who he ordered it for. I did ask somebody what happened to it. He told me that he married it. But that's another story, a little bit tacky. You want to go over? Zoom with. This in here. Okay, tell me when you want me to quit.
Hey!
sing the English Channel. That's over.
Oh, it's Rob Kelly.
These guys had some visitors.
Lovely breakfast.
They had some visitors.
Visitors.
Oh, what were they, French or English?
My name was like, you got to go.
You got-
They lifted them out of the bed.
You got to
No,
go.
you got to
You
go.
got to go now.
Oh, right, yeah.
We have a roommate taking pictures of us.
Kid,
That's all that's going
kid, say a little something into the camera.
If you don't know, if you don't know, I don't even know if they went to bed.
How was your night last night? Feed a bird for me and I will record it.
Let it go. So the
Come here. Yeah.
Get that?
Yeah.
Oh, come here.
Woo! Thanks, Dad.
Alright, thanks. Ryan, get a picture of the White House. Breezy is a little inebriated, I'd say. She hasn't said a word all day, and now she's just like, la la la. Notice the 2 wine bottles in front of them, empty. Supposedly they shared it with 8 other people. 6 other people. Kind of.
I'm on the phone, I got my stuff.
Oh no.
Oh, fine, I got, oh my God. Okay. How was your moose?
It's delicious.
Let's get close up on your moose.
My moose. So give this side because I ate the other side.
That looks much better.
I ate all those little chocolate Whopper things. They're good. I thought they were kind of No, not really, no. They're not. They're not. No.
A video.
This is wicked. I woke up, from my nap, Laura woke me up, and I woke up and I was looking at the flowers. It was so cool. And then I also go, but that's okay.
Quand t'es entre 2 bagnoles, que t'es sur un Daguego, t'es besoin de
What?
C'est pour ça que c'est bien que tu viennes avec ton vieux vélo. Non.
Excuse me, Ryan, you're gonna have to keep over.
There's a really wicked gold top side. Really cool. You see that Carrie? This is like up there, like you have gardens and cafes.
I can't believe it.
It's way too cool.
You guys.
Oh wow, we got three pounds.
Look now.
Oh, good job.
Come on, let's walk around.
I used the bathroom on the top.
And he had so many wounded soldiers, invalid soldiers, that the king one day gave orders to build a military hospital in Paris. And you're only seeing a few wings here, but you will see how big it is because we will drive and we'll stop on the other side. L'Hôtel National des Invalides, so which means the National Hospital for Wounded Soldiers. You will see under the arch many people standing around the tomb of the unknown surgeon. So don't panic, don't be afraid for the driver, because of the traffic.
Oh, wow. No, nobody looks, of course. We just zoom ahead, huh? So you see that there are not too many policemen, because anyhow the situation is just desperate. So there's nothing much policemen can do, or they just chat, or they just exchange a little bit of gossiping, but they don't work that much. Look at these two on the right corner. They just pretend they're not here. Sometimes they hide behind the trees, they just don't want to be here. It's a punishment for policemen to be sent here. See, more things to do on the left side. More shops, more cafes, brasseries, places to read. In 1989, so 11 years ago. And now, look at the view of...
Scaffolding's good too. Oh, look at that. Oh. Okay, good.
Largest pipeline.
Everything about this particular episode. That is, you may identify the scenes, the appearances of Jesus Christ after his resurrection. So the people should look and learn. And you notice he appeared first. We were not Alexander
Oh, that's lovely.
I never know the water bottle.
No, isn't it?
Potrzeby уже вот подсвечивают. А среди ночи это факел такой горящий. Она вот днем совершенно не смотрит, не производит впечатления. А
Port 64%. Former industrial area.
Where's Paris? Where's
A favore. Era il quartiere industriale di Parigi.
Look at the Eiffel Tower. Isn't it beautiful? Il est tellement rocks or whatever the hell they are. I cannot believe it's what do you
Infrared time. Infrared time. Infrared time. Ooh!
Side entrance of the Opera House in Paris, where the story of Phantom of the Opera takes place.
Oh, I'm over him with that. Okay. Oh, okay. How come?
We're in the same room as Mona.
Mona's right over
Mona.
there. There's no place. He's gonna get in the bus and remind me.
Shut up now. Oh no, you're doing it?
Yeah.
Here. Look at this. I'm covering all body holes so that
Look at that. She's like...
he's trying to zoom into my body.
No, you just didn't laugh on it. Your face is beat red.
My face is really red. It's not that here. That one is looking on the shadow. No, I got one more.
I don't know how this thing is recorded. Your battery's almost dead. Hey, cool. Oh, good time. Oh, Nicole, you still got some left.
Yeah. What shall I do about it?
Good.
No, that's different. You guys better be quiet. No, what? One side? 3. 1. Glass. Are we gonna die?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's a deluxe department in this thing.
You know, I think it's gonna get higher. What happened to the trailer?
Oh, yeah. Now I'm being sad. We look back.
Later we find out.
are you at?
You're like, I got it because I don't want to really see me out here.
Wow.
Come on, come this way, Rod.
I'll be right there.
Hurry up. Look at over there.
Honestly, I went on the roller coaster once. We were really high.
You've been on the Wild Thing at Valley Fair?
No.
Oh, it's awesome.
But I don't know. If I just get, if I freak out, I don't know. Oh God. Good thing it's not up here with us.
Thank you for telling me.
Oh, there we go. I'm on the bus.
Castle of Sion.
So, this car has been built 1260 by the Council of Savoy, taken from the other side of the lake to stay here in this part of Switzerland. It was an important point then, because people traveled between Italy and France. They had to go over the only passage existing then, and so they had to pay taxes here to the Council of Savoy. And you see a very high ceiling. People had the money, they wanted to show it, and so they built high ceilings to show how rich people, how rich they were. This is now a museum here in the Winter Museum Musket of 1600, one of the first guns. As it was very heavy, they needed support to lie it on, and for this reason it could be used only for
Bathroom, Castle of Sion. 2-seater.
I'd rather save down here. Is it Henley? I'd rather save myself from back off the slide. Wow, there's lots of snow. We're high enough up there. Yeah. Whoa. There we go. And hold on to the rail. That is cool. Oh, we're higher than that. Oh, there's a big crater over there. Oh, fun. Oh, that's it. We can't see it. We're not moving anywhere. Oh, that's okay. No, not quite right. I think I'm like, no, that's
You're right.
oh, good. They're making cold motion. Yeah. Yay. Hurry up. Yes, I did.
Did you enjoy it profusely?
Profusely?
Profusely.
I enjoyed it profusely. Very cold. Alright. How did you like it?
It was great and really high. I wish I could have gone higher.
How high did you want to go?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
How's the weather?
It was snowing.
Snowing in June.
Yes.
Maybe you're already tired.
Yeah.
You could tell we were like talking about it. Larry like pushed me back so that I was like falling back and I can't support myself on my knees. So I'm like, no, I can't stand up. He's like, you mean you can't fall down? I'm like, no, I can't stand up. Move down forward. That's the thing. But I know, I don't.
It's really cool.
The final down the other night.
This is what you have to do. Really small pieces. It takes forever. How is this special beer? Ryan, look! Ryan, look! Hey, you want to kiss me? You want to kiss me? Come on. Come on. Come on. You know you want to.
Oh, we gotta tear it up into pieces.
They do.
Oh, okay, don't drop it in there.
There's beer in there. What is this a tradition? There's freaking beer in there.
Oh no, it feels like it's gonna fall off.
Oh boy. I'm a testy now.
There's one right behind the car.
Oh, frick. My nose is falling out. Oh, that hurt. It's okay, it's on my nose. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Get out of there. That was disgusting.
Ryan, how you think these are?
I got it on. Hey, two kisses. Two kisses.
Let us see. This is mine.
Drop what?
Drop the bread.
What?
Uh-oh, is he gonna drop it? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. All right. Hey, oh, you dog. Come on, drop it, man.
I already dipped it.
Oh, so what? Drop it anyway. Everybody's picking on me, though. And this is Danga. For us.
Mr. Walker purposely pulled the bread off of my fork.
You whine too much. It's fun.
Hey, dude.
Hello. It was my gift. Okay, we want to see somebody drop their bread on purpose, okay?
How many times did you drop the bread?
I don't know, about 6, 7. Nobody can drop it here? Eric, drop it. Oh, come on. Okay, drop it here. Hello. I've been busy.
One person has dropped it on our table. One.
About 10 times.
More skills than you can go around ours.
You want me to go? No.
Yeah, go around ours. Nobody here is fun.
Nobody.
Sorry, there's no one fun here.
Hello, smart Kelly.
See? What a boring table.
Favors, anybody drop it here on purpose?
Drop it on purpose.
Oh, come on, you guys are skipping. Suck it down. Chug it. Chug. Ooh, silly. Ooh, nasty. So sad. Hello. Hello. Okay, everybody say hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Oh, thank you. Woo! Nice bottle.
Have some tea.
My tea? I got lots of them. Well, that's recording.
Hey.
Did you drop? I've been. I'm having way too much.
People that was lucky enough to get kissed tonight, you owe one person a big round of applause, and his name is Joseph Stefano, and he's the guy who made the cheese. Right over there.
1, 2, 3. Oh, you guys stink. Okay, guys, you gonna do it? You gonna do it at 3? You got 3? 3. Yell hi, Paul, okay? 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello. Oh, we're getting the crazy down here, aren't we?
What are you doing? Good time.
How are you?
Oh, you guys so
You
cute.
got the fingernail painted.
This is great.
Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah, work it. Work it. Come on, give me happy. Give me happy. Oh, give me happy. Oh yeah. Give me sad. 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 Go Channel 7 tonight. I'm just staying up. Yeah.
Here's what you got to do. As soon as the bread is on the table, each person will grab a piece of bread, break it into pieces on your plate, and then soon after that, there'll be a bowl of cheese in front of you, and you simply take your fork, take your piece of bread, and you go around the outside. If you start to smell something burning, that means you're not doing it right. You need to really go on the bottom, and there's one rule. If you lose your bread, if you lose your piece of bread and the cheese, you have to kiss all the girls at the table or vice versa. So, okay?
One to the left of you or right of you.
So, if there are no questions, and no losing the bread on purpose, that could get out of hand, huh?
Oh, Hurry, get in the disco! Come on, let's go disco! Push. Woo!
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Hurry up. You're getting it all on film. Oh, you're trying. Oh. I'll fix it. That's the tree.
There was a little space in there, but...
It's a long damn tunnel. That's skull down there? No, that's where he stopped. That's where he sunk into the ground, like right here. Where's his hand marks? Look, right there. See there? Put your hand there like that. Here. After this, anyway. This will the guys go? Sliding off sideways.
Knock each other over. How much you take my okay. Take each other down.
Okay, wait.
It's for 7.
Yeah, they know.
Slow going like a half.
That's because they go sideways.
Yeah.
That's not all that bad.
Oh man, no.
Oh, I think it'd be pretty bad.
I think too.
Numbers.
Hey, thanks.
Wir haben das große Vergnügen, heute bei uns zu begrüßen America's Midwest Ambassadors of Music, Amerikas Musikbotschafter des Mittleren Westens. Es wird umspielen das Symphonieorchester, Symphonic Orchestra, unter der Leitung von Darwin Walker, Eric Hempler, Robert Carlson.
In their stage, actually, if you look on the bench, that's the only tools they use, those very ancient-looking tools. The volunteer assistant, you're going to hand him a little bit of glass so he can put a couple of decorative handles. You're going to work very quickly now. Makes it look easy, don't it? Yeah, why not? That's it. How you like it?
That's on. The volume
Till last century the town was completely isolated from the mainland. And entering the town you have seen that we have islands. We have 118 islands. All these islands are separated by canals and they are linked by 411 bridges. This is the structure of the town. In the past these islands were inhabited only by fishermen, very poor people. But you have to know that at the beginning of the 7th century the people who live in the countryside all around Venice were obliged to leave their houses and towns and to take refuge in the Isle of the Laguna because the countryside was invaded by some enemies, some barbarians. So the refugees first settled in the northern part of Venetian Lagoon. Later on they settled in the island of Lido. You can see Lido very well. It's just behind you. Can you see the island on the left side with the green dome? Now the boat is arriving, so she's covering the island of Lido. But it's back over there. Can you see it's a long one? But that island too was attacked in the year 810 by the Franks. So from over there, people took refuge here, just in the center of the lagoon itself. And the lagoon has always been in protection against the enemy. When the refugees settled here, it was the year 810, and we had the beginning of a republic that lasted without interruption more than 11 centuries. It was a very long period, during which the Venetians succeeded in becoming very rich and very powerful, even if they were refugees, because the Venetians were merchants. They had very big ships, and with their ships they arrived by the oriental countries of the Mediterranean Sea, and from over there they brought precious goods. They brought spices, perfume, clothes, carpets, gold, silver, brocade, silk. All these very expensive products were brought to Venice, sold in Venice, and later on all these products were brought to the different parts of Europe. They were the means through which they succeeded in becoming very rich. I'd like to remind you, perhaps you already know it, the most important of our merchants was Mr. Marco Polo. Marco Polo lived in the second half of the 13th century. He went as far as China, and in China he became very important. He became ambassador to Kublai Khan, of the Emperor of China. So he traveled a lot, and when he came back to Venice, he wrote a book in which he spoke about the wonderful things that see in China. And he brought spaghetti too. That's a good idea for all of us. Yeah. The Venetian Republic lasted till the year 1797, when the French Emperor Napoleon was able to conquer the town. So we are at the end of the Republic, exactly 200 years ago. After Napoleon gave the town of Venice to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, so we had the Austrian occupation, and we had the unification of Venice to Italy in the year 1866 with the King Victor Emmanuel II. That's the story of the Republic, of the town during the centuries. And now we'll go just to St. Mark's Square to see the political religious center of the town during the times of the Republic. But before entering St. Mark's Square, the area over there, I'd like to show you that church that's very important for us, for the Venetian people, because that church in that area, not in that church, because the church was built after his death, in that area worked and lived Vivaldi. Vivaldi was a great Venetian composer that produced more than 400 concerts, the most known all over the world, the Four Seasons. And he worked in the area just behind. There were the orphanings, some girls that were orphanings, and he taught the orphanings to sing, and in the meantime he produces just for them this concert. Okay, question. If you want to put me any question, how old are you? about the Republic, about everything. I have a daughter that's about your age. My daughter is 16. I think that you are 16 about. So I know all the 70, yes, about. And so if you want to put me some question a teenager can be interested in, I can answer to the question too. If you want to ask me question about the Republic, everything, I accept every kind of question, okay? Today, can you see this area is very, very beautiful. You have already seen Lido, then you have San Servolo. In the past, the island over there was a hospital, and now it's a Congress center. And another beautiful island, can you see just in front of you? The island of St. George, with a beautiful church built by Andrea Palladio. And now we can see, we have the book. So we go towards the classification of Italy. In the year 1866, as I told you before, first we make part of the Italian kingdom, and now we make part of the Italian Republic. While the lady that you can see just in front of you with the sword and the flag is Venice. Venice is always represented as a beautiful young blonde woman. In the 1500s was in Venice, this blonde, the famous blonde Venetian. You are very blonde, huh? So you look very Venetian. And Venice is represented as a lady because she was the queen of the city itself, of the Adriatic. You see that you have behind the island of Lido, Adriatic Sea. It's a part of the Mediterranean. It's only a part. You know the Mediterranean Sea is divided into different parts. Part of it is the Adriatic. Okay, let's go on. Quite close bridge that you can see just in front of you is the bridge of Sighs, S-I-G-H-S. On the left side there is the final part of the George's Palace. A part of it will sit on the Court of Justice. On the opposite side of the canal, on your right side, you can see the New Girl House that was built at the beginning of the 17th century. So the Venetians to build a bridge to connect the two palaces, and they built a bridge that was later on called the Bridge of Sighs, because only prisoners went across the bridge. And when they were going across the bridge, they could see through the square window that you can see over there, Venice for the last time. That's the reason why they signed. The bridge is closed in order to prevent prisoners from escaping, jumping down into the water. Nowadays, with a high degree of pollution that we have in Venice, it's more dangerous jumping down into the water than going to prison. And since the story of the Bridge of Sighs is very sad, we have a legend. This legend says that if you pass by gondola under the Bridge of Sighs with a person that you love and you kiss just under the bridge, your love will last forever. But this is a legend, it's not true. It's a legend of the gondolier. You realize the reason why, of course. It's in Baroque style, and it's a beautiful bridge. This is the best place of Venice to see the bridge and to take photos of it, because you are in front of it. We'll finish our tour in the glass-blowing factory, so you'll be able to see once again the Bridge of Sighs, but only from the distance. This is the best place to see it and to take photos of it.
And you can see it on the way back to go and take a picture.
Yes, going back, we'll see once again at sunset, because you'll be back at 4 hours. Okay, when you are finished with your photos, we are going down the bridge next to the water. This area is
Madonna used this bridge in a video.
View the same view that you have seen previously, but this is next to St. Mark Square. If you have seen canvases by Canaletto, Canaletto was a very important Venetian painter that lived in the 18th century, you could see several times just this view because it was the area that was most appreciated by the Venetian painter of the 18th century. So you have already seen the island of St. George, but from here you can see much better the church of St. George just in front of you over there. Thank you, honey. That was built by the famous architect Andrea Palladio. While the following area is the island of Giudecca, so called because it was inhabited by Jewish people as the origin of the town, and the beginning of the Grand Canal. Can you see the white buildings mark the beginning of the Grand Canal? The first building, the white one, with the golden globe, that was the customs house, where the Systematic Guardonian import and export taxes. And the big church over there with the two white cupola is the church of Saint Maria Poli, Santa Maria della Salute. It was built in the 1630s back to the Virgin and the Kenya towns from the planet. On the water you can see the gondola. The gondola is the typical means of transport in the past. The first part, can you see the first part of the gondola? Is made in iron and it represents in the 6 tiny parts that you can see in front of it, the 6 districts of Venice. So it's the symbol of the town itself. You can see that all the gondolas are made of wood and all the gondolas are black for 2 reasons. First of all, if you remember, I told you the Egyptian Turkey had a terrible flag and indeed that killed a lot of people. And then you have to know that previously gondolas were different colors. So what happened? The rich Venetian ladies spent a lot of money to compete among themselves for the most beautiful and colorful gondola. So it was the Venetian government that decided, both to remember their people, but also to prevent ladies from spending lots of money, they decided that all our gondolas had to be black. They remained black, but they never succeeded preventing ladies from spending lots of money. You are very young, you don't know the problem, but you know the problem very, very soon. Okay, okay. Just behind you can see the Doge's Palace. The palace where the Doge, D-O-G-E, the chief of the Venetian Republic, has worked. Now we'll go in the shade, so I try to be in the shade, we'll go to see the other facade of the Doge's Palace. See the other facade of the Doge's Palace. The Doge's Palace has 3 very important functions. It was the form of the Doge, the seat of the government, and the seat of the Court of Justice. That's the reason why it's linked to the new Girl House, to the Bridge of Sighs, the most famous of our bridges. This is the 3rd reconstruction of the palace. It was begun in the year 1340. It was finished in the year 1438. And it's a gorgeous example of Gothic style. You can see the pointed arches that are typical of Gothic style. When I'm speaking about Gothic, Renaissance, Byzantine, do you know the difference? Do you study art at school? Do you study art for the most part or not? You study. Do you really study? Yeah. Okay, that's Gothic, and you can see the pointed arches that are typical of Gothic. So you can see what you have studied at school, and you can see in reality what you have really studied. The Doge, the chief of Venetian Republic that lived inside this palace, was not the king of Venice. He was only the most important magistrate of Venetian Republic, elected for life by the noble men. The Doge was always very richly dressed in gold because he had to represent the power, the richness of the Venetian Republic in front of the foreign kings and foreign ambassadors that were received inside the palace. But he was not the chief, he was only the most important magistrate. When he died, he couldn't give his power to his son, but there was another election of another Doge who belonged only to the noble men of Venice. During all the periods of Venetian Republic, only noblemen had the power. Women, middle class, and people had no power at all. We had 120 Doges. The last one was the Doge Banin, and he gave the town to Napoleon, so he had the end of the Republic. Well, just in front of you, you can see the library. The library was built in Venice in the second half of the 16th century by an architect who was coming from Rome, San Savino. So it's in late Renaissance style, and it's nowadays too one of the most important libraries that we still have in Italy. While toward the water, you can see 2 huge columns. On top of the right column, you can see the statue of Saint Theodore. The first patron saint of the town of Venice was Saint Theodore. On top of the other column, you can see a winged lion. The winged lion is symbol of the actual patron saint of Venice, Saint Mark. Saint Mark was an evangelist. He lived in the 1st century AD, and as every evangelist represented by an animal. The animal that represents Saint Mark is a winged lion. So whenever in Venice you can see a winged lion, you know the symbol of Saint Mark and of the Republic that we had in the past. This is over there that you have your meeting point. I give the mic to your audience.
We meet at the Winged Lion at 4:15 today to walk back to our boat. Is the boat going to be back?
Yeah. You turn left, you go along the waterfront, and you have the boat in the same place. That's the Saint Mark Square. This is the only square that we have in Venice, because it was the political and religious center of the town. political center because there is the George's Palace, and the middle center because there is the church, the Basilica, that's dedicated to our patron saint, Saint Mark. In Venice, we have many other open spaces, but they are not called square, they are called campos, C-A-M-P-O, that's Venetian for filter. And our streets are called calle, C-A-L-L-E. So different names from all over the world, because it's a different town. You have seen it's unique. And what can you see in St. Mark's Square? On your right, all along the square, you can see the old Procuratie that we have built in the beginning of the 16th century. And on the opposite side, you can see the new Procuratie that we have built in centuries later. The Procuratie were the houses and the houses of procurators. Procurators were very important magistrates of the Venetian time. While the building that you can see over there to the end of the square is the Napoleonic wing. So this is the palace that was proposed by the father Inside all the Procuratie we have offices, but we are going to restore that building to transform it into a museum. Inside the Napoleonic wing and the new Procuratie you have the Museo Ferrara. That's a museum that speaks about the Republic. And in all St. Mark's Square, in our living room, we Venetian people, we call this square our living room. You can see a lot of cafes. The most beautiful and old is just over there. Can you see on the left side? There's a carpet that in the past was white. Now there's very different color. But over there you have At the beginning of the Merceria. The Merceria is the most important Venetian street because it brings directly to Rialto, the commercial center of the town. So if you wish to go to Rialto, you pass under the arch over there and you go straight ahead. Be careful, the direction is straight ahead. The street made a lot of turns that's typical of Venice. But you have yellow signs that give you the direction per Rialto to Rialto. When you want to go back, you follow the direction per San Marco. So it's very easy. It takes only 10 minutes. 10 minutes if you're not fascinated by the shop, but it's really 10 minutes. On the first floor of the clock tower, you can see a big dial with the movement of the sun, the moon, and the planets. Because when the tower was built in 1499, they believed that the Earth was still in the center of the universe, and the sun went around it. Later on, it has been proved by Galilei that that idea was completely false. You went outside the moon, but we remain with the false idea over there. Can you see the first, the center? The moon is on the right side, and the sun is downward. On the second floor, you can see the Virgin. On the third floor, the lion, the symbol of Saint Mark. And on the top of the very terrace, you have two huge bronze statues that are very dark. That's the reason why they are called the Moors. Both the clock and the Moors, the two statues that are supposed to strike the bell, don't work because the monument is very old. We are going to restore it in a few days, so it will be closed in a few days. Restoration will last 3 years, and the clock tower will be open once again for the 500 years of the clock tower itself. So you are all invited in Venice if you wish to see it once again. But now let's speak about the masterpiece of St. Mark's Square, the Basilica, the church, that was built just to house the body of St. Mark, that is still inside the church. The first church was built in the year 128, when the body of St. Mark was brought to Venice. A second church was built a century later, but the second church was destroyed by a terrible fire. The actual church was begun in the year 1063. It was finished in the year 1094. So the church is 903 years old. And inside we still have the relics of St. Mark. They are closed in a old marble coffin, and the marble coffin is situated under the high altar. So now we'll enter the Basilica, and you see under the high altar the coffin with the relics of St. Mark. You can't see the relics, you can see only the coffin. The church is a Roman Catholic church, but the style is Byzantine, because the Venetians who had sea trade relation with the Orient were charmed, fascinated by the beauty of the Oriental churches. So this is a copy of the church of the 12th apostle that existed in Constantinople. Constantinople was the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire. The facade is completely decorated with a marble, columns, mosaic, where the four horses. Can you see the four statues just in front of you? We commonly call them the four horses. The four horses were found by the Venetians on the hippodrome of Constantinople, of the actual Istanbul, in the year 1204. They were brought to Venice and they became one of the symbols of the town. All the enemies of Venice wanted to take our horses. The only one that was able to take them was Napoleon, and he brought them to Paris. Later on, thanks to the French government, where the horses back to Paris. When we enter the Basilica, we have very strict rules. You must be properly dressed, but you are all perfect, because it's a church that is used every day by us. It's our church, so it's not a museum. It's a church. I'll be able to give you explanation about the church in the first part of it, and the inside it, you cannot take photos or use the video. These are the rules of the church. And when we enter the Basilica, you'll see that the floor is very, very uneven, because the underground of Venice is made of different strata. We have sand, water, and clay. So how was it possible to make the foundation? The underground is very soft. They put wooden piles into the ground till they reach the stratum of clay. On these piles, they put a wooden trunk, bricks, and big stones coming from Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia belongs to the Venetian Republic. It's on the opposite side of the Atlantic Sea. With the passing of the time, the piles didn't deteriorate because there was no oxygen. But they had a process of mineralization. They became minerals, very, very strong. But the underground was very soft. So some piles were deeper into the ground, some were not so deep. And so you'll see inside the Basilica that the floor is very, very uneven. But if you observe every Venetian building, observe the two wings of the clock tower, can you see? They lean. But every Venetian building leans left or right. Not for political reasons, not at all, but for the problem, the foundation. And we had a bell tower that collapsed. The bell tower, this one. This one, can you see? This is a skyscraper of Venice. It's almost 300 feet high. It was built for the first time in the 16th century, but the previous bell tower collapsed completely down in the year 1902. When it collapsed, the Venetian decided to build it in the same place and with the same style and principle. It was rebuilt in 10 years and it was unveiled on St. Mark's Day. Everything important Venice is made on St. Mark's Day, on the 25th of April. That day we have the great feast of St. Mark. If you wish, you can reach the balcony area. That's not the external staircase, don't worry. You have an elevator. The entrance is just on the front, in front of the loggia over there. It costs 6,000 Italian lire, but from the top you have a wonderful view of all the Venetian lagoon. I tell you what you can do. 6,000 lire are about 4 US dollars. Before leaving this area, I'd like to give you only some practical advice or information. During your stay in Venice, you need a washroom. You have washroom over there. Can you see where you have the red canopy? You can, under the red canopy, are on the island on the left side. Patron saint of the town, because there was a legend that said that while St. Mark was passing across the Venetian lagoon in the 1st century when he lived, he was struck here by a terrible storm, and during the storm he saw an angel who told him, "Peace to you, Mark, my evangelist." You can read these words on the book that is situated between the four paws of the winged lion. It's written in Latin, Pax tibi March Evangelista meus. So the angel foretold St. Mark they wouldn't found peace and rest in the Venetian lagoon. So according to this legend, the Venetian chose our patron saint. And I told you that the feast is on the 25th of April. Oh, yes.
The area is called Narthex, Narthex. It was the area reserved to the people who had not yet been baptized. In the past, people were baptized on Easter night in full immersion when adults, not babies like nowadays. And you have the same decoration here and in the interior. The floor is decorated with a marble mosaic, tiny pieces of marble put one near the other in order to form drawings. And you'll feel that the floor is very uneven, but you know the reason why. The walls are covered with a marble and columns coming for the most part from the audience. But the most striking thing is the ceiling. The ceiling is completely decorated with a mosaic. No fresco, no painting, only mosaic. Inside the church we have 8,600 square meters of mosaic. A huge work that was made in hundreds and hundreds of years. Because what is the technique of mosaic? First they made a drawing to prepare the walls, and then they sticked one by one very tiny pieces of glass. In the color part, you have a colored piece of glass. In the golden part, the tiny piece has a base in glass, an external glass of protection. Between the two there is a gold leaf. You know, gold leaf is very thin, but it's real gold, pure gold, not 80 but 24 carats. That's the reason why it's called the Golden Basilica. And what you can see glittering is real gold. These mosaics are the oldest ones, and they represent stories of the Old Testament. In the interior, we have mosaics with the stories of the New Testament, because you could enter the church when you had received baptized. And when you enter the basilica, under the altar there is a coffin, and inside the coffin we have the relics of Saint Mark. Okay, when you have the permission from the guardian, we'll enter the basilica. Real Saint Mark.
The square of the campo. The cistern was filled with the sand and stone. The rainwater entered to the holes inside the cistern. It was filtered by the sand. It was purified by the sand and the stone, and went at the basis of the well. With a bucket, they could have fresh water. When it didn't rain, the water was brought from the mainland, so it was a very precious good. Today it's a gorgeous day, so you have no problem. But you realize that sometimes, since the water that enters into our lagoon is salt water arriving from the Adriatic Sea, sometimes we have the problem of the flood, because in our lagoon we have 6 hours of high tide and 6 hours of low tide. But above in fall and in spring, when we have difficult weather conditions, rain, wind, the influence of the moon, what happens? It happens that we have 6 hours of high tide. Then we must have the low tide. But because of this causes, the level of the water remains very high. After 6 hours, when we have another high tide, we have the flood. And all Venice is flooded, sometimes a few inches, sometimes till 2 feet. And so what can we do? We prepare platforms. We have a highway, we walk on that highway, and we walk with the plastic Wellington boots at the knees, because we have to walk in the water. That's a real problem for us, because the water is spoiling everything in town. We built a prototype. This prototype is called Moses. It's a big structure in iron with some barriers that have to raise in case of flood. But we built only one prototype, and we need 80 of them, so we realize that it's a real problem. Last year we had a flood for 86 times. This year only 10 times. But the worst time is November, or October, November, when we have a lot of rain. Today it's good, no problem, so you will have a very good tour, or not adventurous one. When you have the flood, it's only an adventurous tour, not a bad one. Okay, and now we are going to the glassblowing factory. The glassblowing factory is just behind that corner, but you must be careful where we are going to, because I live in the glassblowing factory, so you must be back to St. Mark's Square by yourself, because St. Mark's Square is your meeting place. Always remember, St. Mark's Square, your meeting place in Venice. Do you wish to see something else?
No, yeah. You can't get lost, because you go back in the city ways, all arrows, you're going to run into some arrow pointing towards St. Mark's Square. I mean, you can't get lost. I encourage you to get through the arch, get deeper in there, get along the Grand Canal, go over the Rialto Bridge, and there's a market, Grand Marketplace.
Yeah.
Grand Market back there.
Behind.
Behind.
Yeah.
Right. And just across the Rialto Bridge, just go that way. And don't be afraid to branch out and be a little bit adventuresome. But not by yourself, and be back at the
Remember, inside the oven we have 1200 centigrade, roughly 2000 Fahrenheit. To make the glass, we use sand, soda, potassium, and lime. The different colors, they are done with different minerals. We use cobalt for the blue, copper for the green, magnesium for the amethyst, but remember, it's only possible to make the red color using liquid gold 24 carats. So only with gold in the glass you can get the red color. That's why if you're going to buy glass in the red color, it costs you more money.
That is so cool.
No school where to learn this job. That's a traditional family job. It passed from father to son. To become a master, you have to practice for at least 10 years. It's not said that one has to become a master. You have to be very clever as well. First part now is going to be finished. He has to transfer the vase. From now on, he has to be very careful because he has to get the right temperature now to be able to open the top of the vase. So after that, you're going to see two little angles going on. But if the bottom part is getting too hot, you lose the piece right away. And when the pieces are finished, they need to be placed in a cooling oven for 24 hours. If you leave outside, they break right away. They pass from 1200 to 600 and they go slowly down. Tomorrow, when they are completely cold, then we can say that the pieces are alright or not. During the cooling time, we have 20% of the pieces that get broken. Well, let's say you could melt it again, but you cannot use it because if it's cooked twice, it will not break. Mostly they use after the machine. See the opening part? How about that? Thank you, beautiful. Right in there now, because if you leave outside a couple of seconds longer, tomorrow, if it gets arrived, we start with the decoration. But if you like to come with me now, I'll take you to the showroom, I'll explain you how we do the decoration, okay? Come this way.
Like your authentic stuff.
It's beautiful.
In Italy.
Authentic pasta.
Everybody's like their authentic stuff, see?
I can't even get any of my work. I like my authentic pasta too.
Oh well. So wait.
This is 45 minutes long, right?
45 minutes long.
Okay, that's our limit. That's our time limit.
You must know, this is a program. It can be depending on the traffic, how much you want to the years, no motor gondola, we take the program.
Okay.
About that is the time.
Okay,
all right.
Great. That'd be great. I want a gondola in Venice. How much your take? 50 bucks. And I'll pay back, don't need.
To pay it back in Germany. Yeah. I wish I could see someone, have someone see us in this boat. So cool. Woo!
Riding a gondola.
Woo!
We're not going to crash.
No, we're not. Yeah. Does that all work for a company? Is that what she said?
We did this on the road rules in Europe. I remember watching it. Brian, are you taking this?
Yeah.
Brian, I'm sorry. This is so cool.
This is the bridge Madonna went under in her video.
Look at the face of people we know. I know. I want to wave.
Should we kiss under the...
I'm not. Paula, kiss ya. Then you can love me forever.
To reach this side.
The right side to the prison, the old prison.
We're going to pass somebody. That's pretty cool. Good. Then we'll be on our good time schedule. Right, hey Carrie, will you take a picture of us? Okay, everyone look at Carrie. Wait, I gotta take a picture of us. Jeremy, get your head in. No, there you go. Okay, now Jeremy, will you
Use our camera. Let me get my video camera in there.
Can you see everyone? Awesome!
Woo! We're on the gondola.
We're on the gondola.
Yeah.
You guys, I can't believe I'm doing this because I'm such a tight ass. And it really doesn't feel like that much.
Be cool, yeah. Use our camera and take pictures.
But this is like totally like. Can you see everyone?
Hold it down. Yeah.
Yeah, hold it down. So cool.
Hold it. Yeah, hold it.
Move the zoom a little bit. Move it up and move it back. Sometimes that does weird things.
There it goes. Yeah, they could be classroom. Maybe they could take our picture from up there. Holy shish kebab. Oh no, it's really heavy traffic in this gondola area today.
Yeah. Rush hour, yeah.
Rush hour.
I knew there was. Look at, there is gondola people there. We're gonna crash.
These are my people.
Oh.
Gondola. Wow, this guy's taking a picture of us.
We're recording the whole gondola ride, yeah.
Yeah. Better not be recording over the tourist stuff.
Yeah.
Here, I'll do it.
It's pushed in. We're just kind of
It's
recording.
recording right now. My room's open. See someone. Yeah.
Ron está cagando en camino.
Ryan, I think the battery's going on.
Uh-oh.
Big close up on me there. Nice. I feel like I'm falling out. Leave me over somewhere. How you doing up there, Jeremy? All by your lonesome?
Much better than the bus. Or the big, ferry.
This won't be outside. No, they won't load it well. They're going to click on it. It's not even quite decent.
Tell the camera it's Marco Polo's house. Now we can't see it. Now we can't see it. That's the house of Marco Polo.
I'll turn it off.
What?
You're probably just getting
No,
lost.
I'm not.
Strangers live in the hotel suite.
Have their lives taped.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite.
Start taking off all of the shoes.
The real world, Austria, yeah.
Okay. First line of business in this house meeting. Thank you most for everybody for coming.
You guys, we've been here 6 hours, and I'm already missing 5 condoms.
Oh, shit.
Which brings us to our second point. Too much sex in this room.
I don't want any more sex going on in my bed unless I'm there.
More sex. No more sex.
More sex.
And we need to chip in on the condoms. If you're gonna use somebody else's, you gotta buy them one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Damn it, Paul, it's sick of you wearing my lingerie.
Paul, I think everybody's sick of you wearing their lingerie. I know mine was in your room the other morning. Whoa! And I haven't stepped foot in your room in a long time.
It's so fair.
You get a that's straight from Paris, you know. There's a condom missing from here.
Okay, there's 5 missing in all.
5.
And I'm missing a shoe. Oh, that was sweet.
Check this one out.
I'm buying.
All right, that's not the issue.
Who's missing a shoe?
Me! I'm missing
one of the shoes.
Shoes.
I did not
Have one that doesn't have her shoe.
Did you check the refrigerator?
Check the refrigerator.
Let's go.
All right. Okay, let's check the refrigerator.
I found his shoes in here. Is this it?
Those aren't mine. Oh.
Put on.
My shoes.
Why are your shoes in the refrigerator?
Like.
Our lingerie in your room and your shoes in our refrigerator.
Well, what about
Let's try
this
this
one?
Let's try this one.
Oh
no! Oh my God!
Turn the camera off. Turn the camera off.
No.
We can't film this.
Stop.
And we have a little order of business to take care of. It seems as though we still have not found Audra's shoe. It's gone.
Somebody stole it. We gotta figure out who this is.
And it's somebody living in this house.
Or not living in this house.
Yeah.
I felt a large something or other stuck in my small intestine. That could be it.
Oh, by the way, I'm kind of sick of all you guys calling me a slut all the time. Hey, you're kind of cute. Guys, don't break the chair. I paid $80 for this.
What a rip-off.
Bastard.
Oh my God.
Do you always use our house for a party house or what?
I'm like so drunk.
You don't even live here.
Do you do something but drink? Can you guys pay rent a little bit? Yeah. I'm getting sick of buying your hooch. Yeah. Really pathetic. Too much hooch, you guys. All we do.
Where will we find the missing shoe? Will they all get along? We'll have to wait for the next episode of The Real World, Austria. Yeah.
You know what? Maybe my shoe's in my stuff.
So we've had these 6 meetings to find your stupid shoe.
And now it's in your backpack?
Well, maybe.
Accusing all of us that we stole your shoe. I didn't accuse anybody. Yeah, right. Whatever.
Your stupid shoe.
No. That's it. No more.
Find it.
Put it. Go up.
Okay.
I found my shoe.
They make the stars of their shows go to the and then we bought it. But you feel like a guy who grew up in the showbiz family. You're quick on your feet.
Oh, I knew it. Yeah, we're here. We got that and stuff. Anyway, over here on the side.
I think, Ryan.
Yep, good.
Are you getting a picture of our room? What do you think of this place, huh?
Beautiful, wonderful, fabulous.
Okay, guys. What's that? Do you have one word to describe Austria?
Austria is great. You guys better be packed, because when I go in there and sleep, you better be ready. Oh, fuck.
Here's your glasses.
He's got them
Shove them
on.
up my ass.
Oh, your shades don't wear it.
No, that's fine. They're mine.
I hate these burgers. Come on, buddy. Come here. Let's go. Come on. Wait a second.
Don't touch that.
I am. We going uphill? Yeah.
No, they just open up and step out, you know? Why would they just step out now, right? They just push people on.
You think he has to, you think he just steps apart and then all of a sudden you do it really hard and it all comes out. I mean, it's like, oh!
You gotta walk another 5
Come on, you can do it!
Ryan.
It's over there, Paul.
Watch out, camera.
Yeah.
Let's go. We need to make our producer skate. I'll have proper shoe fire on the skate. Come on.
Okay, I'm going to move my head.
Okay.
All right.
Oh God, I don't want to.
Wow, this is He fell too.
I fell up the stairs.
I've done that before. Oh, he's circling right.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Tell him to stop playing.
That was neat.
It is?
Meine Damen und Herren.
It's our pleasure today to have with us the Midwestern Ambassadors of Music. This group is made up of students from Minnesota, South Dakota, and Iowa. For the last 15 days, they've been traveling and doing concerts in England, France, Switzerland, Austria, and tonight will give their final concert before returning to the United States tomorrow morning. Please join me in welcoming to Rosenberg Midwestern Ambassadors of Music, directed by Ellen Sega and Ella Sullivan.
liebe Gemeindebrüder, liebe Gäste, liebe Musikliebhaber, ich begrüße Sie heute in der Heiliggeistkirche in Konzert mit diesem wunderbaren Chor aus den Vereinigten Staaten. Lehnen Sie sich zurück, lassen Sie sich in der kommenden Stunde verwöhnen. Ich wünsche gute Unterhaltung. Und bevor es losgeht, möchte ich auch das Wort begrüßen. Ambassadors of Music, I'm Pastor Christian Stanner, and I'm working here in the church. I'm very glad about having you here. Thank you very much for your coming and enjoy
Turn around. Oh, I guess she's not.
Right over.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Just take it. I don't need one. I'm gonna look like I was a good guy. Just take a picture. I don't need one. It'll look better that way. All right.
I'm sitting here drinking Kevin.
Everyone's got to look. The blue button is there.
Wait.
His pay was low. And it was dishonorable, this profession. Only 2 people had a lower job. Now guess who? What kind of job was lower? Grave digger, that's right. And who was the other one? The very last. Not a lawyer.
A street cleaner.
No, nobody did.
They're not.
Executioner, that's right. Yeah. The executioner was the very last, the most dishonorable person and profession. And the night watchman was the third from the back, also low. And it was dangerous to be a night watchman, because they had to guard the town at night, walk around in city streets from 9 in the evening to 3 in the morning. A long work time, especially in the cold season. And it was their main job, kind of police work, walking around in the streets all night. And it was dangerous because all the good people were at home. There was no nightlife at all. And that never changed here. Still. We have no life. But it's not as bad now, because in the Middle Ages, at 8 in winter and 10 in summer, all the pubs locked, and you had to take the shortest way home. There had to be nobody on the street at night. But there were people, but not the good ones. You met the drunken ones and the thieves at night, when you were a night watchman and you needed a weapon because it was dangerous. This is called a halberd. It's a standard weapon for guards. And we got 4 night watchmen in a big town. It was divided into 4 sections. Each got in his section. This was their main job. And what they also did was to lighten street lamps in these. And another important job was to sing a song, to announce the time. For each hour they had another song, from 9 in the evening to 3 in the morning. They announced the time with a song. And the text of the song always referred to the hour. It told the time, the song. And the night watchman got the time by the clock of the town hall. It struck every quarter hour. So they could be in the right position in their section and give a signal with his horn. Then they had to sing the song, and then they gave another signal. You could hear it in the whole town what time it was. But not everybody wanted to know it. Maybe almost nobody wanted to know it. What time it was, late at night or in the early morning. But you have to know that all these people had a good and safe feeling, because they were sure as long as he was singing, the night watchman, he was alive. And that was important to know, that there was somebody outside you could rely on. Because night watchmen also gave fire alarm. With his horn, they also gave a signal when there was a fire in town, and that was the biggest fear of the people. Nothing worse than that. A fire at night was the worst thing that could happen. So it was really good to know, and it made you sleep well when you could hear him sing. You're a night watchman of your section. Very important. And what they also did, well, I told you already, they did light street lamps. These were the basic jobs of a night watchman in every town in all of Europe. And we don't have any records when it started that we had night watchmen, but for sure it was in the 15th century. And we had them here until 1920, the real night watchmen. For quite a long time, they worked here. Doesn't mean that I'm not real. I'm also a real night watchman, not as real as they were. It changed a bit. It's much better now. I admit, work time's less, pay is better. It's a self-employed job. I'm not paid by the city. Yeah, it's different every day, but it's better than it was. I don't want to complain. And it's not dishonorable anymore, because people take pictures all the time, like some of you did. And
Here we go.
And it's not dangerous at all, like it once was, because you come with me. I feel safe today again. All right, now let's go. Leave me clear.
That was cool.
Now, come up a bit more here so this thing can go. Now, let's look at something here in this street. It's the widest street in the whole town. And when you look back when we came down, it's in this street we have all these huge buildings. Because the rich people prefer to live in this street. We call them patricians, rich and noble people. Also around the market square, you see this big house. And sometimes it happened that this noble family, this patrician, had a high guest in their house, like a king or a kaiser. It's something you can see when you walk around here. On such a house, there's always a stone plate, and it's telling the name of the king. Like on this house, we stand in front of this green one here. And under this coat of arms of this noble family, which still live since the 15th century, they live in that town, and they still do. They are not as rich and important, but still alive. And noble, with this old name. And under this coat of arms, there is a stone plate. It's written that they had two high guests. It's pretty abnormal. Most of the people have one king. They got two. One king and one kaiser. Kaiser, emperor. It was King Ferdinand in 1540 and Kaiser Charles V in 1546. They were staying in this house. They took quarter here. They were invited while they were visiting Rothenburg. They lived in this house. It's a big honor for these people. But they put a sign outside. Everybody should know that they got Ferdinand Charles. And there was Frederick III 1 week in 1474, and so on. You see more plates like this. Always the same story written. You don't need to know German language. With the name in the year was at least a king. Staying. And it wasn't only a big honor. By the way, it was also the only reason to clean the streets. Clean the whole town. Only that was the reason. When the king announced his coming, and it was a lot of work. Everybody helped together. And they drove the dirt out of all the streets. And then the big day was coming, and the senators went out to the gate to welcome the king and his people. It was a big day and a big honor, but also very expensive. Because when the king traveled, he didn't do it with wife and kids. He left them at home. He was on tour with about 200 people, average. And they all got carriages and horses, and they all went in. Not only a king, average another 200, and they all wanted the best wine and the best food to be drunk night and day. And nobody paid. The town paid for all these people. This was an expensive time when the king visited his town. And you have to know, Rothenburg was a free imperial city since 1274 until 1806, for a whole lot of centuries. And a free imperial city was something special. It had the right for self-administration. So we got 40 senators and a Lord Mayor. And not only the king was above the town, but he was almost independent. Just the king above, nobody else. But the little problem was, he knew that this town was rich, and when he was here, he expected a lot of valuable gifts and presents. You couldn't give him a few coins and think that's enough for him. He would get angry and disappointed, and you had to avoid this. When he was here, you had to satisfy him. You had to fill his pockets with gold and money. And when he was satisfied with his town, in this case Rothenburg, he donated a new right, a new privilege in return. And that was the important thing. The only chance for a town to get a privilege was when it was donated by a king. But he only donated if you paid. So that was a deal. It wasn't really donated, you bought it. If you had nothing, you got nothing. But Rothenburg was able to buy all these privileges because it was a rich town. And you should know why. So that was one reason, a main reason why Rothenburg developed quick and it became a rich town in an early time. It was our textile business. It was a textile city. On the countryside, we had thousands of sheep. That means we had a lot of wool. And most of our craftsmen worked with it. We produced something out of it, and we were exporting it to North Italy, to other parts of the empire, and we made a lot of money out of this business. But there were two other reasons why Rothenburg became a rich town. It was all this fertile land, 400 square kilometers of good land belonged to the city. There was a borderline all around this land. And we had enough grain and wine and vegetables and everything on the countryside. And there was a third reason. This was an important street for merchants and pilgrims traveling from Würzburg to Augsburg, from north to south, all the way back. And we had a right by a king, and we got in an early time privilege to lead this street right through this town. So all these people on their way, on that road, they had to travel over Rothenburg, no other choice. That means all these merchants had to pay toll only for going through. That wasn't bad for us. And all these other, let's say, normal people on their way just traveling, all of them at least spend time and money here, like now you do. Very old idea in Rockford. And out of all these reasons, this town developed quick. In the 15th century, we already had about 6,000 inhabitants. And we never had more because no more fit in these walls. But in an early time, the town was very important politically and economically. So we could satisfy a king, no problem. We filled his pockets until he smiled. And then he gave us a new privilege. And we got them all these important privileges. We collected them. And, well, a few I can tell you. Well, one I told you already, the street for merchants through the town. And we also had the right to print our own money, our own currency, which is a very important thing, important privilege. And we also had the highest one, and the very best of all these privileges. And that was to have an independent court of justice in the town. This was the best of all this privilege. It was like a life insurance for every citizen. Because when you had your own court in your own town. That's a bit special. It has a funny name. It's written outside in German language, it says hell. And there's the devil outside. The golden figures. That symbolizes the devil. But it's a pub and it's a nice place. You can go in late, openly, and eat and drink. So in our town, if you tell somebody, go to hell, it's a good recommendation. Contact is said in his hands is holding kind of stick, throwing his authority as a field marshal. And the other window is Lord Mayor, Mr. Lutz, that was his name. He has a big tankard in his hand. He's raising it. He's the drinker, and the other guy is the general. And there's a very famous story of Rocky, the most behind. It's the so-called master drawer story. Maybe you know it in that. In a very short version. It's happened to be not already. The story goes like that. The town was conquered by the general. He went into the town hall. He met the senators standing in the town hall, feeling sorry because they lost. They were waiting what would happen. And the gentleman, he came in, he saw them. He said, well, that's it. Not 1 mark, 1 meter. That means that this person, whose name is on that part of the wall, bought this meter of the wall, symbolically. What's that? So you have to know, in World War II, in March 45, this town was bombed, and it was destroyed by more than a third. The eastern and northern part of town was completely destroyed. And we wanted to have it back. We wanted to rebuild it, but we had no money. We lost the war. Bankrupt country, no chance to do something that expensive. But we had a good idea. And if you don't have money, you have to have a good idea. The same good sometimes. And our idea was to write an article and describe in it what happened to this town. It was destroyed by a part, and that we want to rebuild it, that we need the money to do it. And we offer to everybody who sent a certain amount to the town that his name will be put on the wall for that amount of money. So we sold the wall to the whole world. And a lot of people wanted to have their name on that wall. So they sent their money, and they got a meter. And that's why all the names are there. All the people bought 1 meter or 2 meters. It started with 80 marks in the early 50s. Don't think that's nothing. Maybe now it's not nothing, but in the 50s it was like 1,800 now. The value of that 80. And that enabled us to do all the work. Rebuild the town almost perfect. Well, so you should know about these names. Now you know.
Mercedes coach. 97 euros, that Walker gave to us. 2 hours of sleep and a set in a green Mercedes coach. 97 euros, that Walker gave to us. 3 days in Brookings, 2 hours of sleep and a set in a green Mercedes coach. 97 euros, that Walker gave to us. 4-star hotel, 3 days in Brookings, 2 hours of sleep, and a step in a green Mercedes coach. 97 tour of Europe, Doc Walker gave to us 5 Olympic rings. 4 star hotels, 3 days in Brookings, 2 hours of sleep, and a step in a green Mercedes coach. 97 tour of Europe, Doc Walker gave to us 6,000 medals, 5 Olympic rings. 4 star hotels, 3 days in Brookings, 2 hours of sleep, and a step in a green Mercedes coach. 97 tour of Europe, Doc Walker gave to us 7 different countries, 6,000 medals, 5 Olympic rings. 4 star hotels, 3 days in Brookings, 2 hours of sleep, and a step in a green Mercedes coach. 97 tour of Europe, Doc Walker gave to us 8-room apartments, 7 different countries, 6,000 medals, 5 Olympic rings. 4 star hotels, 3 days in Brookings, 2 hours of sleep, and a step in a green Mercedes coach. 97 tour of Europe, Doc Walker gave to us 9 lodging kitchens, 8-room apartments, 7 different countries, 6,000 medals, 5 Olympic rings. 4 star hotels, 3 days in Brookings, 2 hours of sleep, and a step in a green Mercedes coach. 97 tour of Europe, Doc Walker gave to us 10,000 lira, 9 lodging kitchens, 8-room apartments, 7 different countries, 6,000 medals, 5 Olympic rings. 4 star hotels, 3 days in Brookings, 2 hours of sleep, and a step in a green Mercedes coach. 97 tour of Europe, Doc Walker gave to us 11 cakes of bread, 10,000 lira, 9 lodging kitchens, 8-room apartments, 7 different countries, 6,000 medals, 5 Olympic rings. 4 star hotels, 3 days in Brookings, 2 hours of sleep, and a step in a green Mercedes coach. 97 tour of Europe, Doc Walker gave to us 12 cans of pasta, 11 cakes of bread, 10,000 lira, 9 lodging kitchens, 8-room apartments, 7 different countries, 6,000 medals, 5. It's really early in the morning. 4 star hotels, 3 days in Brookings, 2 hours of sleep, and a step in a green Mercedes coach.
Short song, serious song. Of course, you have to listen very closely to the words in order to understand what this song is about. I'll tell you a little bit about it. It's about a young man who comes to visit another person at another house, not his home. And while he's there, he sees this picture of this beautiful woman on the wall. And he says to the gentleman, "Sir, if that's your daughter, I'd really like to meet her." And he said, "That can be arranged." And here's the song.
Please, kind sir, that portrait I see. If that's your daughter, present her to me. Look, her face good Lord, 1,000 ships. Look, her face good Lord, 1,000 ships. 1,000 ships, 1,000 ships, 1,000 ships, very well. If We'll be down in a jiffy, 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 jiffy. Please, kind sir, that portrait I see. If that's your daughter, present her to me. Look, her face, good Lord, 1,000 ships. Look, her face, good Lord, 1,000 ships, 1,000 ships, 1,000 ships, 1,000 ships. Very well, I'm together, and portrait I see. If that's your daughter, present her to me. Look, up her dress, face, good Lord. Very well, I'm giving a red for if that's your daughter, please and while she looks up her dress, look up her dress into the going on. Very well, I'm giving a red for if that's your daughter, please and while she looks up her dress into the going on. Look up her dress into the going on. Very well.
That's like what, 400 miles away? We're ready to go home. Yeah, I'm ready.